Forks were made of salt. Would every bite of food be perfectly salty? Let's take a look at our stakeholder requirements. Number 1, it must look like your everyday fork. And number 2, it must be capable of stabbing and lifting a piece of steak. After weeks in the design phase, I finalized the CAD models and bought one of these Himalayan pink salt blocks. Same kind of salt in those lamps that girls like, apparently used for cooking in the blockular format. And so I set out, not to cut, carve, or chisel, but to liberate a fork from that block of salt. I started freehanding it with my reciprocating saw, confident that the fork would be ready in time for lunch, but I ended up with this dinky 3-pronged thing. I figured I could do better, so I transposed my CAD model onto the remaining piece of the salt block and got back to liberating. But that's when my problems really began, and I saw my first catastrophic failure. The failure of the next attempt was my fault. Just brain damage, to be honest. And a few hours into attempt number 4, frustration was mounting. Dinky boy number 1 started to look pretty good, so I tried making its prongs pointy with the Dremel. I googled in desperation, and apparently a fork can have as few as 2 prongs. So stakeholder requirement number 1, long forgotten, I decided to try making a 2-pronger, holding the salt in my hands instead of in the vise because I thought it would be less likely to break. I do still have all 10 fingers, but I ended up with this abomination. Technically a fork, but technicalities were not going to carry me to victory here. I'd run out of chunks of salt that were big enough to make a reasonably sized fork with, and I think inhaling salt dust was starting to get to me.
I'm fucking covered in salt.
So I gave up for the day, and after a pretty uninspired rethink, came to the conclusion that I needed to buy some new saws. For cutting the fork's prongs, I bought a scroll saw, which has this tiny, delicate blade. And I figured if I'm gonna cut off a part of my body, it might as well be a whole arm, so I got this huge miter saw for quickly cutting chunks out of a new block of salt. If I wasn't inhaling an unsafe amount of salt dust before, my storage room / workshop started to look like a scene out of a war movie. But at least if something went wrong with my new saw, my body would be nicely preserved. I came back a few hours later after the dust had settled and started scroll sawing, which actually started decently well, although the fork was looking a bit thick. But I cut out some prongs and figured I'd narrow them down with the Dremel. Progress was slow, so I thought I'd cut the fork in half lengthways. And of course I broke the handle. But that's okay, short fork good. So I went back to the Dremel, but instead of the prongs getting sharper or thinner, they just kept crumbling. My next idea was to cut a wedge out of the salt block, and then just scroll saw some prongs and they'd be pointy without further modification. But the salt just crumbled. Then I thought of cutting triangular prongs out of a thin slice of salt, sort of like shark teeth, which would have been great if the point of a fork was to inflict maximum damage on your food. I was out of ideas and dejected. I slept for 3 hours in the middle of the day after this, and when I coughed later on, my mouth tasted salty, so that probably wasn't good. I considered giving up, but then I thought to myself, where would we be if our ancestors had given up when carving the first stone tools? Where would we be? So I started looking for alternatives. I discovered that you can actually melt and cast salt, but that would require me to build an 800-degree furnace, and the results that people were showing on YouTube weren't all that promising for fork making. But then, on a Quora post about laser cutting salt, I stumbled upon my hero. Antonio Lotico 8 years ago wrote, "Perhaps just water." Legend. I cut out a new block of salt and then the rough shape of a fork without worrying too much about the thickness of its prongs. Then I dipped the prongs in water over and over until they dissolved and became thin enough to be working fork prongs. A few finishing touches with the Dremel, and there we go. There was just one thing left to do.
No, come on. Oh, I think I need to. Oh, bigger top. I'm shit.
Dude, yes, it actually worked.
I'm trying to go to suck on the fork.
And every bite was indeed salty. I had to put my salt grinder and forks where they belong. Despite some understandable concerns about hygiene,
So will you try it if I clean it?
user reviews were pretty good.
Are you stoked for the salt? Alright. Oh, look at that.
It's actually really good, bro. Yeah, bro. This is really good. You think you can make this?
Real user research.
Yeah. Perhaps this one?
The lip.
My friends have herpes, as well as the indelible memory of the salt fork experience. And let me tell you, friends, once you go salt fork, you can't go back. You just can't. Some notable drawbacks of the salt fork are its less than impressive pasta twirling and near inability to pick up certain foods with a higher water content.
That was kind of cheating though.
Yeah.
Also, it disintegrates with every fork and every bite, and to wash it is to destroy it. But nevertheless, I fell in love. It was a good run. It was a beautiful time in my life when I was using the salt fork, but after a couple weeks, I could tell its life was drawing to a close, so I deepened its grooves one final time and fired up one final steak. I got 15 times my recommended daily sodium intake, but it was worth it. Sort of. It was horrible. It was way too salty. More than a utensil, the salt fork is a reminder that life and the best things in it are temporary. Thanks for watching.
Experiments are pretty crazy. However, this one may just top them all, because I accidentally forgot about this experiment for 4 years. Let me explain. You see, everything started because I wanted to make a YouTube video about dry aging with butter. My goal was to find out if butter dry aging a filet mignon would make it better. And here's what we thought in the end.
It's amazing, but they're the same.
It's absolutely incredible, but it is the same.
So that was a surprising result. And it got me thinking, wait a second, since it did not do much, I'm gonna go ahead and freeze it and let it stay in my freezer for a year to see if anything will happen. And then I completely forgot about it, which brings us to today. This has been on my freezer for 4 years. And I mean, take a look at it. Even though I have a commercial grade vacuum sealer, you can clearly see that it got freezer burned. This is not looking good. Once I remove the plastic bag, now you can clearly see what's going on. Now here's the deal. If you want to have the best possible results, you must let it thaw out very slowly. So I went ahead, transferred to a tray, and into the refrigerator it went to thaw out nice and slow, and it would take 48 hours. Now I had to have something to compare it with. So I went ahead and got a fresh filet mignon. And as you can see, this one looks pretty good. Nicely well marbled. At the same time, I'm going to be dry aging this one for a month. To do so is pretty straightforward. First, I laid down some parchment paper, spread out room temperature butter, added my filet mignon right on top, and made sure to cover the whole thing with butter. This is very similar to wet aging, and as you saw in the beginning, it did not make that much difference. However, after that video, I've learned that butter actually does something. It seems to improve the steak. So after covering the whole thing with it, into the refrigerator, it went to dry age for 1 month. Once the time was up, I took it out and take a look. You can clearly see that we have some of the juices leaking out. This is completely normal, but I wanted to see what's in the inside. And as soon as I started removing the butter, you can see a good amount of oxidation. At the same time, I could smell a little bit of that funk, which, by the way, we all crave. Once I was done removing all of the butter, this is what I was left with. A perfectly butter-aged filet mignon. This is desirable, because what you are about to see next is not. After 4 years and 48 hours defrosting, here's the 4-year-old butter-dry-aged filet mignon. And as you can see, it looks like it went through a fight. Not only does it not look very appetizing, surprisingly, there is no smell whatsoever. It's neither good or bad. The looks, on the other hand, is just something impressive. However, I'm actually excited to find out what is it gonna taste like. So I went ahead and started removing the butter, and that was pretty simple. And the butcher's twine did its job, but you can clearly see we got a good amount of oxidation. That did not happen on the first time it was dry aged. And one of the things I always say whenever you dry aging any steak, you must remove the outer pellicle. That's the outer part that must go. Because once I was done with all of the trimming, this is the world's first 4 years butter dry aged filet mignon. I don't think I have to tell you, do not try this at home, as this is not what meat is supposed to look like. And my guys are really picky, and to make sure that they do not punch me on the face, I went ahead and made an incredible side dish for us today. And this one is super tasty, and to make it, it is super easy, and here's how. The first thing to do is to go ahead and wash the potatoes. Once that's done, I went ahead and encased them in aluminum foil, and into the oven it goes for an hour and a half at 450 degrees Fahrenheit. As that was happening, I went ahead and cooked up some bacon. Once done, I strained the fat and reserved the meat, because we all know bacon makes everything better. Talking about that, by this time the potatoes were fully baked. Then, using gloves, because this is extremely hot, I went ahead and cut out the edges. We're making something that it's called potato skins, and in order to do that, I gotta get rid of the middle. However, do not discard this because it makes incredible mashed potato. Once that was done, I went ahead and seasoned it with salt and pepper, followed by a good amount of sour cream, a few tablespoons of mozzarella cheese, and a good amount of that bacon bits we just made. Now into the oven it goes for about 20 minutes. Once the time is up, I took it out, added a little bit of green onions just for coloring. Now this is good just like this, but if you want to take it to another level, just add some more sour cream right on top. Now I can tell you one thing, this is gonna be delicious, and I'm pretty sure my guys are gonna love it. However, I cannot say the same thing about today's experiment, because take a look at these steaks. We now have a fresh filet mignon, which will be our control, the 1 month dry age, and the 4 years. I'm pretty sure they're all gonna taste very different, and I cannot wait to find out, because the next thing to do is to go ahead and get them seasoned. For that, I kept it real simple. A good amount of salt followed by freshly ground black pepper, that's it. Today, I won't even be using garlic powder. Now here's the most interesting thing for me. The control whenever I was holding on my hand felt pretty normal. The 1 month dry age one felt extremely tender. However, the 4 years one, the tenderness was just out of this world. I thought I was holding a pillow, so that got me super pumped. Hopefully the taste is gonna be incredible, because we're about to find out right now, as the only thing left to do is to go ahead and cook them. First, I'll be putting a nice beautiful sear to get a good crust. Once that's done, I'll be cooking them in indirect heat until I reach an internal temperature of 135 degrees Fahrenheit. Because now I say it is enough talking, and it is time to grill some beautiful steaks. So let's do it.
Incredible.
All right, everybody, here we got our beautiful steak and an incredible side dish. And it's your favorite.
This looks good.
Filet mignon, boy.
I'm just gonna let Angel do all the talking because I know this is his favorite cut of steak and he's gonna be the description guy of this video.
I'm the description guy today.
Well, you guys might just punch me in the face by the end of this video today, so don't put your hopes up too much, all right? So here's the deal. This video is very, very experimental, all right? And I really want your honest opinion because this was done by accident, all right?
I'm not sure if I should be more scared of your intentional experiments or this accidental one.
You should definitely be scared of this one. Yeah, because I am scared.
Oh my God.
Let's say, enough talking, let's give it a go. We're gonna go this direction. Angel, please dig in. All right, cheers.
Cheers.
What happened?
I was scared,
You should
I was scared.
but this is tasting freaking amazing.
Absolutely delicious, 100% agree.
This steak is so tender, it almost tastes like it was sous vide.
Extremely tender,
Filet
very
mignon,
tasty.
baby.
Isn't it good? Oh, you're about to be done.
Filet mignon, baby.
Nothing different, nothing weird?
Feels normal.
Good, very good. That's the control, that's the baseline. Let's see if it goes up or down from here. You ready? Mm-hmm. Please dig in. Come on, Angel.
Hey, Greens, I'm going now.
Wait, what? What the hell?
That's what Angel sounds like in my head.
Give me your honest opinion on this second one right here. Smell it first.
Oh, no way, bro. No way, bro.
It smells funky.
Enough talking, let's give it a go. Cheers, everybody.
Cheers.
Ooh, it's a good funk.
Yeah. It's a really good steak. The crust is a lot more pronounced on this one, and you can definitely, like, this one has a lot of funk on it. Boy, I'll tell you what.
Yes, it
You
does.
don't even have to say dry aged. This is clearly dry aged meat right here. And I gotta say, I don't know if I've tried a dry aged filet mignon, but this is really, really good.
I agree 100%. I prefer this one than the control. You?
100%. The beef flavor got amplified a lot.
The control is way more juicy. The one in the center is more like dry, which I mean,
That's fair.
it tastes dry aged, so it would make sense if a little dry.
Yeah, it's
But-
dry age, but it's dry age in butter.
Ooh.
Butter dry age, yes.
But the control is way more juicy.
Yeah, but I think that the flavor of this second one here is... Now let's go for the side dish right here. So these are potato skins.
How much butter you put on this?
There's no butter at all, as a matter of fact.
You messed up.
That's...
You missed a golden opportunity.
Well, trying to make it healthy, bro.
Since when?
Because everybody on the comments keeps saying that you guys, both of you are jacked.
I like these viewers. I like these viewers. Giving me compliments, I like them.
I know, right?
I like them.
Is Leo looking jacked?
Enough talking, let's give it a go. Did you really just do that? Enough talking, let's give it a try. Cheers.
Cheers.
Oh, that's good.
Huh? 10 out of 10 will highly recommend.
Ooh. I give you a 9 out of 10.
Why?
You put green stuff here for no reason. For no reason.
This does not taste healthy.
No.
This tastes freaking delicious.
Are you trying to say healthy food don't taste good?
Facts.
I agree. Cheesy, bacony, the sour cream is an extra touch. If you're trying to cut on calories, don't put the sour cream, but however,
Highly recommend.
adding the sour cream, everybody. Okay, let's try the last steak, yeah?
All right.
Please,
I know.
dig in.
This is the experiment. This is the mistake.
You already know. See, these guys are getting way too good. Why did you smell it?
Google, this smells really weird.
Why
yeah,
do you
that's
have
strange.
to smell it, man?
What do you, because I'm trying to get
No, that's
prepared.
strange, Google. That's strange.
That smells weird.
Is this okay to eat?
Bro,
Yeah,
Yeah?
Yeah.
what? Why the hesitation?
yeah. It's okay to eat.
I'm looking at you.
No,
No winking at the camera.
I don't know if it's gonna taste good, but it's definitely okay to eat it. I will not give you guys anything that is not okay to eat.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly.
Why does it smell like that? All right, let's give it a try. Enough talking. Cheers, everybody.
Cheers. Cheers.
Oh.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
Oh, that's terrible.
I think there's a lot of flavor there, but it's not a good flavor.
No. You think there's a flavor there?
Like I'm saying, it just tastes really bad.
It just stayed in my mouth.
I can't swallow.
That's why I threw it away.
I'll be back.
Wow. That's pretty. Wow. Blah.
It almost leaves like a fishy aftertaste in your mouth.
Yes.
It's really dry. It has a very powerful, funky flavor.
Let me explain. That doesn't taste like beef. What happens when you dry age something, it has that flavor, but it doesn't have the flavor of steak.
Here's what I will say. It looks like a filet mignon. It grills like a filet mignon. It is more tender than a filet mignon, but it does not taste like filet mignon, everybody.
Guga, how on earth did you make an accidental experiment?
Sometimes you dry age things and you put it on the back of your freezer, and then you just keep getting the meat from the front, then you forget about the meat on the back. You actually forget about the meat on the back for 4 years.
Nah.
No.
And then you say, wait a second, we gotta give this a go.
All right, so there's a lesson to be learned. You might like a steak today, but you won't like that same steak in 4 years.
Thanks Manscaped for sponsoring this video.
I always talk a lot of smack, Max. You know that, right?
That's a fact.
We're gonna keep it real simple. Me and Max versus you two. We're gonna be cooking 4 different steaks, 2 picanhas and 2 wagyus. And if you don't know who these guys are, well, just listen.
My name is Ahmed Dabi, aka The Golden Balance.
My name is Max the Meat Guy, and I've been cooking steaks as long as I can remember.
My name is Nick DiGiovanni, and I love myself a good steak.
I've been cooking ever since I was a little kid, and there's absolutely no way these guys are gonna take us on.
My favorite cut is the outside skirt steak, because I'm about to take these boys outside and teach them a lesson.
You've seen me cook steaks the normal way, but today's gonna be different. I'm going all out.
They got no chance.
I'm about to serve them a slice of humble pie, because nobody messes with the meat guy.
So now I say, it is enough talking and it is time to get cooking. Let's do it. Pause?
Yeah.
Sorry,
Get that.
I got you.
That's peak. That's peak human. That's peak physical condition right there.
Gotta take care of the lens, everybody. Very important.
Since I'm making the picanha, I wanna make it into a nice steak. And with the grit, I'm gonna make like a 1-inch steak. Just like that. That's beautiful right there.
I'm actually first gonna start by tossing some of my herbs in this dehydrator because that's gonna take the longest time.
How are we seasoning this, Max?
I'm thinking salt, pepper, maybe a little bit of garlic powder.
Mm-hmm.
Get it nice and ready right there.
See, they need the machines to compete here. We are using the machines as well, all right?
Yeah.
I'm gonna take some unsalted butter because I like controlling the salt. I'm gonna toss that into the bowl. It needs to get a little softer, let's be honest.
These are special. These are fresh collaborating chili peppers. They can definitely have a bit of a kick to them, but I love the flavor.
Nick, you can't even handle black pepper.
You're on my team, you stupid idiot.
I'd love to show you guys the difference between a nicely trimmed picanha and a very interesting other picanha.
So beautifully fine shallot, just like Nick. You like when I say that?
No. Okay, ready? I'm taking the seeds out for you.
Cool. It's just for the texture.
Just for the texture?
Yeah, I don't want seeds inside the compound butter. You had one job.
So we're gonna go chimichurri. We're gonna char up some green onion.
We're gonna char it up. So what happens is Nick's house, nothing works.
Nick's house is killing us right now.
Round 2. Okay, nice smoky flavor. There you go.
You're trying to be fancy over there with that knife, those knives.
This is how fancy we are. We don't even have to look, you know? You can just close your eyes and just cut up the garlic nice and fine. Not one missed stroke. Yeah,
That's
buddy.
so thick. That is so chunky.
Nick, where's your bowls?
Figure it out.
Ooh.
Wow. That's the problem in Nick's house. You can never find anything, everybody.
This is the drawer that it says you. Here, look, utensils. This looks a lot. That's
Is
pretty
it similar?
It's pretty dead on. Look at this.
We're zesting down the orange. Gonna get some nice grates just like this. Give it a...
A lot of zest right there.
Just look how all those ingredients are very nice and finely chopped.
Any oil, regular oil, not.
Guga, okay. We're trying to teach them here.
There's nothing in this house. Like, I can't find anything. Thank you.
The only thing there's here is labels.
Okay, so inside we have our parsley, garlic, shallots, lemon juice, a charred green onion. We're gonna add in some oil here, and our chimichurri is done.
Stainless steel pan gets nice and hot like you.
He's talking about me, everybody.
Yeah, no, 100%. Pan is nice and hot. I'm gonna go in with a little bit of oil. And then now we're gonna lay the steaks away from us. You also wanna put the steak on the side of the pan just so that fat gets nice and crusty, like you.
That time he's talking to you guys.
Now we're gonna start on that fat side.
Beautiful, beautiful. Always start with the fat first, everybody.
I don't know.
And this is when Max and Guga are gonna know that they lost.
Oh, that's perfect.
You sure about that?
So what we're doing here is cutting against the grain. That will result in the most tender bite.
You sure about that?
This isn't tender at all.
Are you serious?
This is chewy as
Why did you cut it so?
You literally told me to cut it.
No, I didn't.
We have you on 4K.
No,
Can I cut it?
Sure.
You want to cut it or you want to?
No, I want you to cut it. Come on.
All right, you ready?
Yeah. This guy literally looks at Google. We're like, should we cut it just so we're doing something? I didn't want him to cut it.
You see, they're no longer friends. What happened? I thought they were friends.
We're gonna slice open our compound butter, and that looks better than we could have ever imagined. This will rest right on top of our steak, and we'll finish with a nice torch over the butter.
To finish, we're gonna add some chili crisps right across. And this is my take on picanha.
Yes. Oh, yes.
It's bleeding.
Picanha is one of those cuts that charred green onion and Parmesan chimichurri right over the top. And this is my take on picanha.
That's it.
What are we thinking about the looks? I think they're both presented really nicely.
This one, the way it's organized, those slices are so perfect. I'm kind of going this way, but
Okay.
you know, the topping on there is looking good, a little crispy on there.
Oh, I hear you.
What are we thinking on the cook?
This one looks a little bit more perfectly cooked. This one looks more even. This looks a little bit rare to me, but we won't know until we try it.
Let's dig in.
Let's go. All right, let's go first. All right, before my legs give out, let's try this steak.
Let's do it.
All right, cheers.
Cheers. That chew.
That chew indeed. Just try it. Come back to me in a minute. Oh, she's still going. No, cut again.
One eternity later.
All right, we're good.
All right, after our commercial break, we're back. I actually like the flavor on it. You do get a little bit of that crunch, but it's just really tough to chew.
Yeah, I have to say the flavor, a little creamy from that butter, and then that topping was a nice crunch. I kind of liked it a little bit rare, but that chew, that was hard to get down.
Now we should move on to the next steak.
The fat cap on this looks really nice. It's a little bit smaller. That one, it looks like it's pretty big.
Ready?
Yep.
All right,
Cheers.
guys, let's try it. Cheers.
Very tender. Freshness from the herbs.
I really like the flavor pairing of the chimichurri with the picanha. It's a perfect combo. I love this steak.
It was a perfect size bite too, because it's smaller, a little bit thinly sliced. That was amazing. That was perfect.
That's my winner.
Definitely.
All right. Somebody get me a wheelchair.
That was the end of round one. Round two. Are you ready, Nick?
Let's go.
Good luck, buddy.
Thanks.
All right, let's get it done. Next up, beautiful Australian Wagyu, everybody. All right, let's go. We're gonna keep it real simple here, Max. Good amount of salt first.
Salt, pepper, and garlic powder. That is the trifecta.
Oh, this is gonna be so good. Look at it.
Here's what we're gonna do. Into a bowl with some creme fraiche. We go in with some lemon zest first. Wagyu is extremely buttery, and when you think of food, you think of balancing salt, fat, acid. This is going to be the perfect balance of everything you can think of.
I need you to help me turn this on, Max. I can't turn this on. Perfect. Before moving forward, thank you Manscaped for sponsoring this. If you come with the Performer to Time Safe Tech Feel, and you know, and the Hammer Group today off. Let's get. Did you get scared?
Thoughts? I feel like it needs like Worcestershire sauce.
It's way too salty now.
Because you salted it extra.
With Parmesan cheese?
No, after you said I think it needs a little bit more salt.
I didn't put it in.
I swear to God you did.
I think we're still gonna need a little more salt. I'm totally losing the citrus zest, you know what I'm saying? I don't have much of like lemon in there anymore. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So I'm gonna melt a little bit of this butter, and then I'm gonna go ahead and add some of my barbecue rub in here.
It's like a combination of a barbecue rub and just like a more traditional all-purpose rub.
Yeah.
If you haven't tried this yet, you absolutely have to. This stuff is amazing.
My butter is done, nice and simple. Now we're gonna reserve this and put it aside. Some Greek yogurt. It's thick. A tiny bit, everybody, not too much, just a tiny bit.
A little bit of garlic.
Some olive oil for flavor. A tiny bit of fish sauce, because we all know it's powerful. 1, 2, there you go. We're gonna combine a little bit of this yogurt here with that butter, and it becomes heaven. This is done. Now we move on to cook the steak.
This crust is already coming along incredibly well, but we're not even close to being done with this steak.
Why is there a crater in your steak?
Because you use the tongues, like that.
Don't do that. Don't do that. Don't do that.
Whoa.
Don't touch my steak.
Do you have any idea that I can crush you?
Don't touch my steak.
I can crush you like with my eyes open. Oh, I gotta pay attention. All right. Oh, that's what he was trying to do. Oh, that's what he was trying to do, Max. It doesn't matter, everybody. You can sabotage it. It doesn't matter.
Dude, you're using a full stick of butter on this one steak?
Yep. You know why? You know why?
More butter, more better.
No, because I didn't pay for it. He's paying for it.
Can I use a little piece? Do you mind?
No, yeah, I do.
Since you touched my
get
steak?
Out. Get out. Whoa.
It's our butter.
No, get out.
All right, it's time to flip.
Oh, that's beautiful, Nick.
Some thyme, garlic, and butter. Throw that in.
Absolutely perfect for my diet.
That's cardiac arrest right there.
Straight up. You're killing us here, Juga.
That's right. As I was butter basting, the other side is already perfect.
Dude, that color is absurd.
Like that color?
So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna take some of this. Why do you leave it up like that? Go over there. What is? He doesn't know how to cook a steak, as I've learned today. He doesn't. I don't think he's. Well, you splattered all over my pants. You ruined the pants.
I literally handed you the steak with it held.
You sat it up like that. Seriously, off the camera, have you cooked a steak?
Yeah.
Like how many times?
A lot.
Have you really?
No, I swear.
Because I don't believe you. We're going in with butter. Now it's time to let this baby swim.
I'm glad I splashed it on your pants.
Now we're even.
Yeah, mine was on the skin though.
Yeah, but this is these pants are done.
These pants look like anyways.
And to get the perfect temperature, I'm going to use my Chef IQ thermometer. Boom. Now we wait.
At this point, we just want to finish off the steak in the most even way we possibly can, hence the endless butter basting that we're going to do until it's finished cooking.
Previously, Nick dehydrated the parsley and the dried herbs. I'm going to transfer them off into a mortar and pestle.
A what?
A mortar and pestle.
Hold on. How do you say it?
Mortar and pestle.
Isn't it pesto?
Definitely is, yeah.
Pestle.
You guys are kidding me, right?
No.
Mortar and pestle?
Yeah.
With like 2 S's?
It has a T, but it's pronounced
Mortar
pestle.
and pestle.
No.
Listen.
Are we wrong?
Yeah, listen.
Mortar and pestle.
Yeah.
Let's go.
Okay.
Told you. He stopped the whole operation to be wrong. On the bottom of this, there's actually a little bit of MSG. We're gonna give it a nice little ground and pound. This is basically ranch seasoning without the buttermilk.
That smells incredible.
Why are you whispering?
Are you guys doing anything? What are you guys doing?
We're done.
We're sitting pretty
We're
right
waiting
now.
for our steak to be finished.
What does it taste like?
Super bright, fresh herbs. It's crazy. Ranch.
Oh, you're going real chefy.
Yeah, you'll see.
Did you learn that in MasterChef?
No, just like to mess around, Guga.
Where was this last round?
I don't know what's going on here.
No, we'll go in the middle. We don't want too much of that, I don't think.
Is that medium rare or what? Come on, everybody.
Every steak I eat is medium.
This isn't for you, this is for the judges.
And this is my take on Australian Wagyu.
Mm-hmm. I mean, look. Mm-hmm.
I mean, that is actual perfection.
Mm-hmm. Okay, I'm just gonna go right here. Some of that butter.
Where'd that butter come from? I did not see the bacon. That looks really good. I mean, that looks like
And this is my take on Australian Wagyu Marbling Score 7.
Wow, this looks awesome, guys. Both of these presentations are incredible.
They are absolutely beautiful. I am dying to take a bite of these.
They both look pretty evenly cooked. I think this one looks a little bit more red, a little bit more juicy.
More rare. Yeah.
I think that's enough talking. Let's try it.
Let's do it.
Let's see here. Cut it. Oof. Very little resistance on that. All right, guys, I say cheers.
Cheers.
That was good. Very well seasoned. That yogurt has a nice creaminess, savory, it's rich, it's beefy, it's beautiful.
That is just a flavor bomb right there. The sauces, the butter, I love how it all comes together. That is a mean bite.
Yeah, that's really good.
I think we should try the next one. That was amazing.
All right, couldn't agree more. Let's go ahead and move on to this steak. Ooh. This reminds me of like my childhood. You guys know Fun Dip?
Yes.
That's what this is very fun to eat. I like that a lot. This is cool. Cheers, guys. Oh my God. Oh my God, that's so good.
Does it kind of taste like Doritos or something? In a good way?
You know what I think it is? It's just that dust, it's such a different mouthfeel, you know, like The powder on the steak is a completely different way of enjoying it. It's super herby, super savory, super rich. It's not very juicy, but kind of calms the richness of the Wagyu down. Wow, I'm blown away.
The citrusiness, it's so good. That dust, that is some magic dust right there.
I think I know my winner. I'm gonna have to go with this steak right here.
Same, that is a winner.
So we got 1 and 1. Who's the champ?
You guys decide.
That's fair. Hope you guys enjoyed this video. If you did, hit that thumbs up. If you're not a subscriber, be sure to subscribe. I want to see who won on the
Thanks, Manscaped, for sponsoring. What world is it?
A crucible is the container that you're going to melt other things in. The one we're going to be using is made of graphite because it won't melt even at the temperatures that furnace gets up to.
This is my friend Nate, and I could not run today's experiment without him.
Graphite is a form of carbon, and it's most commonly found in pencils. What people call a pencil lead is actually a stick of graphite.
Now the next thing to do is to find out if we can actually melt salt.
The melting point of salt is 1,474 degrees Fahrenheit. The furnace that we're going to be using gets up to a little over 2,000 degrees Fahrenheit, so it'll melt the salt and then it'll keep heating it up even a little bit more. It should take 30 to 45 minutes for that furnace to get the salt melted.
I'm glad Nate is here and he was able to build me a furnace on a previous video. Because honestly, the most important ingredient on today's videos are gonna be this. We have 4 beautiful steaks. Notice that they are not prime grade. It is choice. And for good reason. We have no idea what's about to happen. As you know, there's only one way to find out. But obviously, the first thing we gotta do is to get them seasoned. A good amount of salt followed by freshly ground black pepper and garlic powder. And as always, I made sure to season the steaks properly. But now that I got all of them ready, before running the experiment, just in case something goes south, I went ahead and made us an incredible side dish. And this one is super easy to make, and here's how. Into a pan, I threw in some butter. Once it was fully melted, I added a little bit of olive oil, followed by garlic and a good amount of all-purpose flour. Mixed everything up and let it cook. Once that was done, I went ahead and added a good amount of milk. Mixed everything together until it thickened up. You see, we're doing something that is called a bechamel sauce. Even though traditional bechamel does not include garlic, this one is slightly different. Talking about that, I went ahead and added bacon bits, followed by a good amount of cheddar cheese. Then I mixed everything together, and my cheesy sauce was now done. So after cooking up some gnocchi, I went ahead and threw it in the sauce. Mix everything together until it was fully combined and transfer it to a cast iron skillet. Then I topped it up with some mozzarella cheese, and into the broiler it went until I got a golden brown crust. Now this will be today's side dish, just in case things go south. Talking about that, the next thing to do is to go ahead and run our experiment. Here's Nate explaining how everything is gonna go down.
So today, we are going to use molten salt to cook a steak in a couple of different ways. Molten salt, because it's so high temperature, is pretty dangerous, and so I'm gonna be wearing a lot of safety gear, and we have to take precautions. We came up with a crazy contraption that should let us lower the steak down into the molten salt without having to be anywhere near it. Regardless of safety precautions, this is not something that you should ever try at home.
Yep, you heard it here. Do not try this experiment at home. But one of the things that we definitely had to do was to go ahead and cut this steak in half. If not, the steak was not going to cook all the way through. So I went ahead, tie it up, and we were now finally ready. First step was to add a ridiculous amount of salt into the crucible. As you can see, we filled it up to the top. Then using special tongs, into the furnace it went, and Nate went ahead and lighted it up. This is not immediate. It takes quite a while to get the salt completely melted. But after about 45 minutes, we were now ready.
I am putting on a sweatshirt, a face mask, and some welding gloves to keep myself safe. And I'm going to take the lid off of the furnace. I'm going to put our small frying pan over the furnace for a minute to warm it up. I'll take that over to our cooking zone, and then I'll take out the crucible of salt. I'll put it into our crucible carrier slash pourer, and then I'll carry it over and I'll fill the frying pan with our molten salt. Woo! That is a lot of very hot salt. I'm gonna put the crucible down somewhere safe. I'm gonna slide the pan carefully over to underneath the steak. All right, I'm pretty sure that's lined up. So now I need to back off. Woohoo! I don't think it went in. I think it's kind of resting on the top. Just drop it. It might have already started to solidify. Yeah, it's already solid.
It's already solid?
Yeah.
Hopefully we get some of that nice salty flavor since we're using it as our grill.
With that steak, we weren't fast enough to get it down into the salt, and the salt solidified. So for the next time, I'm gonna try and heat the cast iron pan more so the salt stays liquid longer, and we're gonna be more on top of getting that steak dropped, like as soon as I pour the molten salt into the pan.
For this step, everything started exactly the same way. But then, we were now ready to deep fry the steak in salt.
Got some molten salt on the table, that's fun. Go for it. Woo! That is in molten salt right there.
That's what I'm talking about, baby.
I expect horrendously overdone.
That's the, you can get the steak in, everybody, but you can't get the steak out. I'm sorry, but that looks beautiful.
You've got a strange eye for beauty, but you know, that's for you to decide.
Yo, I gotta admit, this is kind of cool, even though it's a total fail.
I was right that it was gonna throw molten salt everywhere. That was crazy.
Take a look at it when everything cooled down. This is something I'm gonna be framing for my studio. It looks like it came from outer space. However, it is something that if you ever came to the studio, you will immediately know we run crazy experiments. Talking about that, we are still not done, because now that we have learned how molten salt actually works, it is time to use it for a good application. One steak, which will be the control, I'll be cooking it on the grill. The next one, I'll be deep frying it in real oil. Lastly, I'm gonna be cooking the steak in the oven until it reaches temperature, as in the end, we'll be using molten salt to sear the steak to finish it off. They are all gonna turn out fantastic. Because now, Nate has something to say.
So now I say it is enough talking and it is time to cook them. So let's do it.
Everybody, here we got our beautiful steak, one specially made for you, Leo.
I changed my name today. I'm not Leo. Dude, that looks gnarly.
Yeah, that's a failed experiment, but we got a successful one, Leo, so you don't have to worry about it.
I'm glad you said that because I'm looking at this thing and I'm thinking to myself, there's no way I'm putting this in my mouth.
Give me your honest opinion. We're gonna go this direction. Please dig in, everybody. Let's go. Dig in, Leo.
Oh, no. There we go.
Cheers, everybody.
Cheers.
Gila, gue pengen deh. Ke tempatnya Guga terus dimasakin kayak enak banget.
Incredible steak right here. You have that wonderful charcoal flavor, nicely seasoned. Guga, this is a classic textbook Guga steak right here.
That's right, straight from the grill. There's no going wrong, everybody. If anything can beat the grill, I'll be extremely surprised.
This is fantastic. I love it. I love it.
All right, I got a little side dish before I start digging in. Come over here, Leo.
Now we're going side dish second?
Yeah. Nate, this is like a little gnocchi made out of cheese. No lactose intolerant, right, Nate?
No.
Okay, good. Let's give it a try. Enough talking. Cheers, everybody.
Oh, man.
It is so cheesy.
So delicious.
Cheesy, gooey. It springs back as you take bites.
The best thing about it too is that bacon. So with that gooiness that you're saying, you have a little bit of bite from the bacon. The real star for me is that sauce. That sauce is banging, Guga.
Yeah.
The gnocchi and the cheese and the bacon, just it all goes together so good. That's fantastic.
Savory as you expected, just nice. And I completely forgot what this tastes like now. So it's perfect. It washed it down.
Time for a reminder.
There you go. Okay, let's dig in for this one here. As you can see, this one does not have as nice of a crust as this last one here.
Color is a little different.
Enough talking, let's try it. Cheers, everybody.
Cheers.
Ooh. It is incredible how you can modify a steak just by the method of cooking, everybody.
As you were alluding to, it has a very different crust, no charcoal flavor on it. It's crispier, and I personally feel it's a little bit juicier as well.
What do you think, Nate?
I like it. It's good. It is different. It's kind of hard to tell what the difference is. Like Leo said, it doesn't have that charcoal flavor, which I like, so I kind of miss it, but it's still good.
Yeah. Would you prefer the first one better than this one right now? Oh, you have to. Oh.
I got it side by side.
You got to double check, everybody. A double check over here. Huh?
That says it all right there.
Good.
They're both good, but this one has like the charcoal and the grill flavor.
What about you? You still prefer the first one?
I prefer the control because it's more beefy.
Yeah.
I like that bold, beefy flavor as compared to this one that we just tried.
I agree. It's unanimous. We like the kiss of the charcoal. By the way, this one was deep fried.
Oh. I don't think I've ever had deep fried steak.
Oh, there you go.
So
I say enough talking because I am ready for the last one. I'm excited. Notice that this one has a little bit of extra char.
A little bit.
Yeah.
It's an understatement.
There's some char on that.
I will say this, it's still medium rare though.
But the outside, instead of golden brown, is like golden black.
Okay, let's give it a try and let you guys know. Enough talking. Cheers, everybody.
Cheers.
Asin banget pasti.
Oh boy. That one, it looks like you got inside of the charcoal grill and it was left for a little bit too long. You all right, Leo?
It's tough to swallow.
Okay, it's not terrible, but it's not great. What do you guys think?
It tastes almost metallic. Like there's a good steak flavor, and then there's just this little like, and it kind of tastes like burnt in metal.
What about you?
I do not like how that steak tastes at all. I feel like you lose almost all of the beefiness. It just gets replaced with, like Nate was saying, a different type of flavor that almost tastes too charred. It tastes like you dry age this thing in charcoal or something. It tastes very smoky, very burnt. Yeah, that's a no for me.
This goes with what I always say, Nate. The secret of cooking the perfect steak is being able to control the temperature. You don't want a burnt crust, you want a nice golden brown crust. It will be better. By the way, Leo, we deep fried this one in molten salt. That's what that is. That's actually salt.
I was about to ask you if what I'm tasting is this.
Yes, it is.
That is nasty.
Just less of it.
That is so, this looks not appetizing at all.
But with that being said, is it possible for you to deep fry a steak in molten salt? The answer is
Yeah.
but it's not going to be great.
No, and it's difficult and it's dangerous and you don't get a good result.
And we don't recommend that you try it at home. Some
vinegar, and then if you want to speed it up a little bit, you can start warming the vinegar up. After stripping all of the zinc coating off these nails, not that you should ever do this, but just gonna take both these wires and wrap it nice and firm around the nail. One wire on one side, the other wire on the other side. At this point, we need our hot dog.
Will this work?
That looks perfect.
Sounds good.
Thank you. Fit the nails into either side of the hot dog. Please do not try this at home. This is not something that should be considered safe. So, we've got our hot dog.
Safety is #1 priority.
The GCFI adapter, so that we don't have... That's enough.
I'm out. Yeah, I will watch from the back, Nate.
Okay, GCFI adapter that is plugged in, and now, as soon as I plug the cord in, the electricity will start running through the hot dog and heating it up. That's a hot dog. Oh, man. It's very funny. Okay, I think it's actually slowing down. I'm gonna unplug it.
Can I touch it?
Yes. The nails might be hot, but like the actual hot dog should just be pretty warm. Like it's kind of like a cooked hot dog.
What is interesting is that even the juices on the bottom, I mean, it's fully cooked the hot dog.
We're gonna take a look at the inside of the hot dog to see what the nails did to it.
Holy
There
moly,
you go.
That's the char I was smelling, Nate.
Yes, definitely. Cooking a hot dog is great, however, the visual isn't really all that exciting. There is something you can do that's a lot more visually interesting though, and that is a pickle. Now, pickle is just basically full of brine, which is salt water. There's a lot of salt.
Holy moly.
Keren banget anjir.
As the electricity travels through the salt, it breaks it apart into its sodium and chloride components, and in doing so releases an extra electron, which shows up as photons.
That is a lot of science for me, Nate. I just gotta say, that is cool, man.
Oh, it does look pretty awesome.
I'm a believer, Nate. It works. Let's jump into steaks.
Let's do it.
Now that we know how the hot dog works, we have these beautiful flat iron steaks. So these will be the test one before we actually use the real ones, Nate. That way, in case we mess it up, we don't mess it up too much. So in order to season these steaks, I'm gonna keep it real simple. A good amount of salt, followed by freshly ground black pepper, and garlic powder. Steaks are perfectly seasoned. Now it's your turn, Nate.
Fantastic. Nails work great for cooking hot dogs and pickles, but not so much for a steak. So I've got the cord running into these plates to sort of sandwich it and cook it evenly. I've used acid to strip the zinc plating off of them, so it should be safe to be in contact with the food while it's cooking.
How is this gonna work?
We're gonna take a steak, we're just gonna sandwich it between and squeeze it down a little bit and see if we can get it to stay in place. We've got the whole apparatus balanced on a couple of glasses. That way it won't end up sitting in its own juices, and the glass won't conduct electricity, so we don't have to worry about it shorting anything out.
Now we plug it in. 3, 2, go, Nate.
Plugged in.
Ooh, immediate.
Yep.
What? Langsung keras gitu. Ngeri banget ah.
That was only about 30 seconds. I have the plate kind of on top of the meat, not sticking into it very much, so that was a bit more activity than I was expecting.
I think I pooped my pants, Nate.
Let's try and smash it in a little bit more and then plug it back in.
Anjir, mat. Anjir. Gila. Kayak gitu anjir, what the fuck.
I am surprised of how well that worked, Nate. I would like to cut it open. Let's find out right now. Wow, that's a little bit too much, Nate.
That is well done, and it only took 90 seconds.
That worked way too well. What is this dark spot? Is that like the electricity that went through it, or is it actually fat?
I think that's a spot where fat rendered quickly and then just burnt a little bit, but I don't actually know.
I've never cooked a steak well done in less than a minute, everybody. That's insane. And one of the reasons you should never try this at home, because if you do, you could actually beat the steak. Don't cook yourself well done, everybody. It's not gonna taste good, I promise you.
I think we should just try again and cook it for half the time. So we did this one for a minute and a half. Let's do one for 45 seconds and see how well done it is.
Hell yeah. I think we should taste it, but medium rare is better than well done. So we're gonna have this one for my lovely, beautiful cat and dogs. Nothing will ever go to waste.
Oh, it's tripping.
Capek. Jadi stamina si belut gitu. Kayak bakal tetep well done sih menurut gua. Bagian yang matangnya itu.
Wow, Nate, that was very, very fast. I'm not sure if it looks like it's well done again.
So I'd be interested to see, just cut it like all the way across this direction and see how cooked it is, if it's even or uneven or what.
Oh boy.
So yeah, parts of it look pretty rare, parts of it look very well cooked, but this piece was so uneven in its thickness all the way across that it's really hard to tell how long we actually needed.
Last one was too cooked. This one is too raw. I think we should do 1 minute with a real thick steak. And then once it's done, baste it with some butter and see how it's gonna taste.
Now, are we going to have a control, something to compare it to?
You just want to eat some of my steaks?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
We'll have a control. Absolutely, we'll have a control. And these are the steaks we're going to be using for our next experiment. They look pretty good.
They look fantastic, but I've noticed something. I was looking at the second steak that we cooked. I think what we want to do is trim the steaks to be exactly the size of one of the plates so that we get the whole thing cooked.
We're making a square steak, everybody. All right, Nate, let's make this happen. So I want to trim it the exact same size, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, you have 3 steaks, Guga?
Yes, sir.
I got another idea. The microwave is also electricity.
It is electricity.
Guga?
Fine. Yes. My very first rectangular steak, my friend. It's ready. For the seasoning, we're gonna add a good amount of salt, followed by freshly ground black pepper, and of course, a tiny bit, actually a good amount, of garlic powder. There you go. The steaks are now perfectly seasoned. So here's the deal, Nate. This will be my steak. You take the other 2, one will be the microwave steak, and then you give it to me once you're done with your microwave experiment, and I'll put a nice sear on it.
Perfect.
And then that will be the electricity as well. Should we put a crust on that one too when it's over?
I think we should.
So now I say, it is enough talking, and let's get to cooking.
So let's do it.
All right, everybody, here we got our final steaks. Wow, Nate.
Things are actually looking pretty good so far.
The fact that this one here, which was the electric steak, it's perfect medium rare, is just incredible. Good job, Nate.
Thank you.
Now, you guys didn't see that because it was complete B-roll. That literally took 25 seconds.
And originally we planned to do longer, but you could kind of see it cook down the side.
The stage has been set, a perfect background for a perfect video. We got nothing but electricity and it's raining hard as hell.
I will say that the microwave one, not consistent. It is not medium rare. It's more towards like medium. The electric is perfect.
I don't think how they look is what's the most important.
All it matters is how does it taste, everybody. I say enough talking, let's give this a go. Let's go for this one. Let's try the control so we have a baseline, yeah?
I'm ready.
All right, enough talking, let's try it. Cheers, everybody.
Cheers.
Oh.
That's a juga steak right there, baby. Salty, fatty, delicious.
Amazing flavor, fantastic texture, and I am a big fan of the sear over charcoal. I like that flavor.
We like to call it the kiss of the dragon.
Perfect.
Not much to say. That's our baseline. Let's see if it goes anywhere up from here or down from here. This is gonna be interesting, boy.
I've never had microwave steak before.
I can't believe you've done so many experiments. You never done this?
I don't think I have.
You can really see how unevenly the microwave cooked it.
Edges really seem to overcook a lot.
There's just different shades of pink everywhere. There's no consistency whatsoever.
Okay, enough talking. Let's give it a try. Cheers, everybody.
Cheers. Oh, a lot tougher.
Yeah.
Mine's not a lot tougher, but it does seem drier.
I think it's because you overcooked a little bit. But if you asked if there's an off flavor, a bad flavor, no. You?
No, the flavor's good.
It's just a little bit weird because you have some parts that are softer than others, so it's a very uneven mouthfeel. But what do you expect? You cook a steak in a microwave, that's what you get.
If you think it tastes bad, it does not taste bad. As long as you give it a little bit of the kiss of the dragon in the end, it's gonna be all right.
If you did only microwave, though, I don't think you'd be very happy with your steak.
No, you're probably pissed off.
Is the voltage going up now?
Oh.
Okay, enough talking because I'm excited. I'm worried that it's gonna have an off flavor.
It might, because like what's happening on the surface of the steak with all that metal touching it is different. It's not the same cooking method we're used to.
By the way, one more time, do not try this at home, everybody. Let's go, please, dig in.
I'm just kidding, I'm just kidding, I'm just kidding.
Yo, that was not funny.
That was funny. Thank you, Nate. Come on.
Wow. I can't believe it. It's evenly cooked, Nate. Why is it evenly cooked?
We were careful to make sure we had an even thickness of meat going into it. I think that's why.
It doesn't smell weird at all.
Smell like a perfect steak. Enough talking, let's give it a try. Cheers, everybody.
Cheers.
What? There's no off flavor. It's actually freaking delicious.
That is a tender and flavorful steak right there.
If I were to give you this steak and put in front of you, you would have never known that it was cooked with electricity. And I can't believe I'm saying that, Nate.
It's incredible.
This might be the winner right here. It's a very soft, juicy steak. I thought the prongs going into the steak might give a different mouthfeel because it's already penetrating and tearing apart those fibers. But no, you don't really get that after the cooked version. And it's nice. It's a good steak. So using electricity is a faster, accurate, and way cooler version to cook a steak, huh?
Which you should never try at home. Let me be clear. This is not safe. This is not something you should be doing at home. What else can I say, Nate?
It's delicious.
Oh my God. You're not helping, Nate.
I'm hungry.
Does it work? Yes, it works. Is it convenient? No. Is there a possibility that you might get electrocuted? Yes. But I gotta give it up. Steak is perfect, everybody.
It's electric.
Boogie, boogie, boogie.
Guys, thank you so much for the idea and challenge of this. I am surprised.
Today, I'm cooking something I've only seen in my nightmares. But not only that, you can't just roll up and acquire a whole alligator. We're gonna try and catch one. And who better to help than my man, Juga?
Lizard, snake, you've done all these crazy things. How do you think I'm gonna do with this?
Bro, I'm gonna be honest with you. It is impossible to make it taste good. Tastes like chicken, fish. It's also extremely tough. I don't know if you're gonna be able to do it, Josh.
Today we're gonna change that. We're gonna make a meal that's completely unforgettable. One that will live in your brain forever.
Well, if you do that, you're definitely gonna impress me. So I'll tell you one thing. Good luck, brother. You're gonna need it.
This isn't Florida. Well, today is our last upload. Well, not forever. Look, I got my wedding coming up. Everyone's telling me, oh, Josh, you gotta take a break. Well, I'm taking one. Just 2 weeks. That's why we're leaving you with arguably one of our coolest videos we've done. But when we come back, I've got something real special for you. So I know there's nothing here, but there's a lot coming, trust me. Now back to the video.
The day started off meeting our gator expert, Rob. Juga explained that he'd introduce us to gators by pushing us off the deep end. Supposedly, they already caught a gator that's a nuisance gator, which poses a dangerous threat to the community. I had no idea what to expect.
I don't know why they're trying to scare me so much. I'm limbered up right now, you know? You always limber up.
You look like you're built different.
All right, we're here with Rob and Guga. Rob, what's going on here?
Yeah, can you tell Josh is a little bit nervous?
Yeah, I saw him over there like hip flexors, like touch his toes, touch his toes.
That ain't gonna help you.
This is a good friend of mine, Robert Lilly. Last night, he caught a really big alligator, and we've had alligators move all over the place. So the gator that's in here right now, come here, I want to show you something. I just want to say this before we get started. What we're dealing with is very, very serious. You know, when you're watching Animal Planet and guys are like in there with alligators and they're like,
I've never seen that before.
You're dealing with UFC alligators today. These alligators, they're gonna do the super fly snookle with you, brother.
Oh.
But the alligators in enclosures, they know that, hey, this person is gonna bring me food. I don't have to kill them. These alligators will, in fact, bite you. Whatever it bites, it owns. So if it grabs your hand, consider you don't have that hand anymore.
Oh, good.
It will bite it, break it, roll it right off of your body.
This is locked, steel locked. Oh, hell nah. Oh, no.
Okay.
Oh my God, that thing is freaking huge. Holy.
Okay, hold on.
I like how he's not wearing shoes or socks at all.
There's another one there for you too, Josh.
Oh, good. Yeah, it's
I'm so excited for you.
Why are you so excited? This is
Because I
horrifying.
got to watch it, baby. I don't have to do anything. I'm gonna be on the back.
Rob then decided to show us gator safety by pulling a gator out of a truck that it was already in.
Whose front yard is this?
Welcome to Florida. Come feel this.
Oh,
just right here.
Kaget gua anjir.
That was messed up, man.
This is the spot to be right here.
What do you mean I'm in the front?
Pick him up and put him in that truck.
Oh my God.
Push, push.
All right.
Wow. You haven't gotten dirty yet, but now we're gonna go ahead and kick it off, you know, and this was your amuse-bouche.
Oh, great.
Next comes the appetizer.
It's gonna be great. It's gonna be great.
Good job, brother. Now, I ain't getting dirty. You get away from me. I am staying clean, baby. I ain't getting dirty today. Oh, hell no. Hell no.
Speaking of appetizers, I needed a real taste of gator before I cook it for the first time. So Rob took us to his favorite gator spot to try some classics.
Anytime you come to the South, if you're eating alligator, you're eating alligator bites. Deep fried with a sauce.
Is this your first time, Josh?
It's my first time. There's not that much going on. It's not like good or bad. It's got a similar texture to chicken, a little bit chewier. It's very dense. So what I'll say is this. It's kind of like a blank canvas. Whatever you put in this, I feel like it's naturally just gonna take hold of whatever that is.
Alligator takes what you give it. Second, we have a scampi. You've got alligator instead of shrimp.
I'm excited. I've never had that before. I had the gator bites, but not this.
It's really not bad. Completely different than any other protein that I've had before.
It's not like chicken. It's not like fish. It's very unique.
It's like if you took a more textural, finely ground beef, meatloaf it, combine that texture with like a really firm steak, and the flavor is chicken.
Next, we have alligator jambalaya.
How do I look?
You look beautiful.
You know, the only biggest difference for me is like Joshua's. Damn, bro, I missed my flour, man. It's springy.
The jambalaya tastes like the jambalaya.
Next up, we've got a po' boy.
All right, let's see what we got going on here.
Brad makes everything better, everybody.
At the end of the day, it turns it into a real meal. It's not quite scampi. It's not like this obscure thing like nuggets or a bite. It's a sandwich. It's crunchy. It's crispy. It's got sauce on it. It's a whole experience. And because the alligator is so mild, like you said, it's gonna take on the flavor of the breading, the flavor of the sauce. This is like the perfect finisher for all this. I know what I need to do.
Honestly, at this point, I thought I was just gonna be cooking with some gator, potentially the one that Rob showed us earlier. But then he told me,
you gotta get your own.
Oh man. So we hit the road. It was time for the hunt.
This is the weather you want to go alligator hunting.
Yeah, right. Again, we're on the hunt for nuisance gators. Rob told me that these gators trespass onto properties, people's homes, and pose a real threat to the community.
And a big alligator that gets close to people, that's a dangerous alligator.
They can eat small dogs, kids, and even full-size adults. Local people call in experts like Rob, and today, we've come along to see how he does it.
Catching a gator, baby. We're catching a gator.
I quickly learned that gator hunting was a game of patience. If a gator even gets the slightest bit tipped off, they sink back down for hours, and you miss your shot. And after about an hour of waiting, our gator vanished.
Yeah, the gator was scared, so we have to go find another one.
You rather lose an arm or a leg, huh?
I'm not gonna go to see this alligator and talk about this right now, okay? I'll tell you afterwards.
Hey, a leg is way better than an arm.
on to the next location.
All right, Josh. This gator's about 7.5 to 8 feet long. That's a really dangerous alligator. Robert's gonna play a call. We're gonna try to get that gator as close as possible so we can get a hook in.
What the hell am I doing with this?
You got this, Josh. I believe in you.
Come on.
Is that him right there?
Yeah, that's him.
Holy moly.
We take 1 camera, 2 rods, and me and you go get this gator.
Jesus. I brought boots. This guy's wearing flip-flops. Whatever people said about Florida, they were wrong. Everybody here's really nice. Just let us walk up on them on their backyard, and they're like, hey, yeah, the alligator's right there. Chill.
The hunt was back on, and we sat as still as possible while we waited.
He's gonna pop up right in here. He's laying out here in the middle of the pond, and he figures out, oh, these jokers are here to catch me. I'm gonna go into full hide mode.
Well, they can see that lady over there in the bright-ass pink shirt.
So we waited, and waited. But unfortunately, we lost another gator.
We can't let this alligator know we're after him. Otherwise, we're just gonna keep doing the same thing over and over.
So I think we'll stay behind. You go and you.
What? What is that?
I don't even know what to say, bro. You go do what Joshua does best.
I cook.
Hold this.
Okay. What the do I do with this? Okay, so we're pulling up on this gator. We have to be really quiet. Okay.
Josh, listen. This family has a lot of little kids. They play in the pool all the time. The gator's been in their pool. This alligator has no fear, so we gotta catch him. Just stay right here for a second.
This whole time we've kind of been scouting from afar, but Rob decided to do the unthinkable.
Okay, Josh, swim right alongside of me, okay?
No. Are you sure you want to do that, Rob? All right, I'll take that silent no response as a solid.
Anjir samperin, bro.
Rob is built different, you know? Like, Rob's the kind of dude that would rub himself with, like, blood and meat and guts and then jump into the ocean after a shark because it kept swimming away too many times.
Even by taking a kayak directly into the eye of the storm, we just barely missed this gator. Which, at this point, I was like, did we just waste several hours? Are we not going to catch a gator at all?
Bad time for me to have to pee, huh?
I gotta piss so bad it's stupid.
So the sun is setting. We've been going on and finding several different gators. It's not that simple to get them, everybody. They don't want to play along, obviously. I'm confident in Rob. He's the man. He never let me down.
Do you think his pink sweatshirt's distracting him?
I think that's the reason why we haven't caught one yet.
With the sunlight slipping away, this was our last chance to catch a gator.
There's my shot.
Here it goes.
Whoa. Oh, motherfucker came off.
Wow.
Gosh, dang it.
Yet another gator gone, and our hope sinks lower. But when we needed it most, destiny rang. The previous house's gator had reappeared, and the hunt was back on.
The race is on right now.
A race for time, a race for light, and a race for this god dang gator.
I think I see it.
I have to pee so bad. All of us have to pee. It'd be crazy if we all simultaneously peed our pants. The sunlight was fading fast, but Rob was determined.
I'm going to catch that gator in that pond. We're going to be able to find that alligator with the shine of his eye.
Bro, what? Is he going in the water? We're doing this again. Oh, Jesus.
I know it seems real bright, but this is with our cameras turned all the way up. This is what it actually looked like.
You heard that? You see him? Yep. Okay, Josh.
Yep, I'm right behind you.
Get ready. Get ready. Got him! You're gonna have to keep this line extremely tight.
Okay.
Okay.
God.
Hold on.
I'm right-handed. Oh, shit. You might want to grab this.
No. You're going to catch him. Oh, there he is, right there. There's the gator, right there.
Finally, we had our nuisance gator, and the people of the community are a little safer. You can assume what happens next.
All right, so we're back. We have the entire gator broken down.
Were you scared, Josh?
Was I scared? I was myself.
I was a little nervous, I'm not gonna lie.
Were you? You said it was fun.
Because I gotta build your confidence, bro. I can't turn around to you and tell you you're about to die. I can't say that.
What, did you think I was gonna die?
Yeah.
My goal is prepare this in a way that makes gator not just gourmet, but convince you that it's great. So we're gonna cook this from nose, well,
it's missing that part.
yeah, to tail. I want everyone to know, I've never cooked gator before. I tasted it, and that's all I have. You're gonna help me a little bit with this.
It's gonna be fun.
Look, obviously, we have all the parts of the gator here, but to prevent this video from being 2 hours long, I chose what I hoped would be the best cuts. I guess we'll find out if they were good. We got tomka with the tail, a fancy steak meat with the cheeks, and tacos with the backstrap. Or strip loin? I honestly couldn't tell.
First, the butchering. Look at that, only bone left.
You can use this for stock.
Thank you, sir.
It's tender, so we're gonna do tomka. Do you know what that is?
I have no freaking idea, but I'm excited to try it.
We've got my tomka broth, which is in my second newest cookbook coming out soon. Also, he has a book. That'll also be in the link in the description. All right, Guga, so you grab the tail, pick your favorite loin.
Take a look at this, it's like tuna.
Yeah, what does the fat taste like, Guga? And he said to avoid the fat.
Muddy.
So you're gonna cut it into little cubes like this. So while he's doing that, I got this simmering away. This is hot. A bunch of different things to season this with. Thai basil. Bruise it a little bit.
Yes.
Fish sauce. Typically I do palm sugar, we got light brown sugar, it's fine. Stir it. What do we always do, Guga, whenever we want something to taste good?
MSG.
It's not a bad idea, actually. I was gonna say taste it, but yes.
I'm gonna remove all this fat, Josh. That sounds weird because usually you want extra fat.
See, but I already thought ahead, Guga. This is a coconut-based soup. Fat is in the soup, so we don't need to rely on the fat of the gator.
Throw it in?
Pot, yep, right in. Bring this back up to a simmer.
And now we wait.
The gator meat's cooked, the heat goes off. We're gonna take our Thai basil, you throw it in. Cilantro, you throw it in. That's gonna flavor the whole broth. It
smells great.
Tomka is about balance. Salty, sweet, acidic. It's like, you know what I mean? This is fresh lime juice or fish sauce. You wanna know how it's good? Your mouth immediately gets nice and moist.
I love that word.
It's a good word. It's about to get busting in here.
Can you explain the word busting?
It is one of the ultimate pleasures.
Oh, so busting is like, damn good? I got it now.
I proceeded to balance out the flavor for a full 15 minutes while Guga watched on. I had to get it right for him, you know? And I think I got it there.
Well, Guga, you ever seen something take that long to season?
Not necessarily, but I can't wait to taste it. It must be amazing.
All right, let's get our bowl.
So you ladle it into a bowl, add some fried shallots, fresh cilantro, fresh Thai basil, chili
pardon
oil,
me.
and there it is.
If at least this one doesn't do well, we might as well quit here. All right, Guga.
Looks delicious.
Tomka tail.
A little bit of everything. Thanks, Josh. Oh. Wow, that is amazing. So fresh. And the richness from the coconut, wow.
Is this Guga approved?
It is Guga approved. I can't believe you made gator taste so good.
Well, Guga, it's only gonna get better. I'm making a peanut mole, smooth, nice sauce. We got peanuts, So we got peanuts, onions, sauteed, chipotle peppers, fresh tomato, lard, anchovies. The recipe's in the description, damn it. While that's going, you're gonna make a special butter.
Because it's got MSG.
Uncle Roger, if you're watching right now,
we miss you.
You can be here right now, in between the two of us, buttered up.
Ooh.
You're gonna slice those chives really, really thin. While you're slicing that, look at that. Knife skills going on, baby. I'm just gonna pour my chicken stock into here. Blender goes on. All right, yeah.
Butter goes in.
That was a good slap.
You better believe it. Chives go in. Salt, the king of flavor. Mix. That did not work.
There's a technique.
We're gonna save it. Oh, it never happened.
That's blended.
I love the color. Damn, these cheeks are big, boy. What do you want me to do here? Cut it in steaks?
What are you doing there, man? I'm thinking literally like all the way across.
Oh, it is tough.
Well, that's concerning.
And these knives are sharp. Okay, round two. Steel. It's all that power from the jaw. You can get a plier and squeeze it and it still won't go through.
We had to switch the cut up. We have no idea what it is. We're gonna find out.
Can't wait to try some chewing gum, baby. You better get really in there, Josh.
I'm gonna baste it, sear it.
A bit of salt.
Pepper, both sides.
You have no feelies anymore in your fingers. So what are we going for here? Medium rare?
No, well done. Can you eat gator medium rare? Once it stays here for a while, it's gonna cool down that part of the pan. You move it to another part of the pan, that part's hot. You keep moving it, then the pan is always hot. I want a little bit of char. Ooh.
Very nice.
There we go. 2 cloves of garlic, a little bit of thyme, unsalted butter.
Okay.
I'm just gonna let this cook it all the way through. Completely off. So you're gonna add half that MSG butter out of the pan. I know it seems like a lot of butter because it is.
But butter makes everything better.
And then we're gonna melt that down with our brown butter from the pan.
Oh yes. Cut it real thin?
Very thin.
Paper thin. Almost like sashimi style.
How are you feeling, Guga? You look nervous.
I am. I think it's gonna taste good, but I'm afraid of the tenderness.
Okay, and we have our nice toasted peanut mole. A little bit of our brown butter.
Only you can make gator look good, but is it gonna be tender? All right, let's go for it. Oh, you're gonna do that? That's not gonna work, my friend.
Ha-ha.
Ha, you almost broke the plate. All right, buddy.
Cheers.
Cheers. Voila! I mean, the taste is amazing. A little bit spicy, buttery. You nailed it down on the fat, and it's not that tough.
No.
Wow.
It's perfect.
Yeah.
I think if you cut this into thick bites, this would not be a pleasant experience.
It tastes good. Nice and spicy. Mm-hmm. Oh, yes.
I think that's a Guga win. Time to move on to the next. I don't know why I'm doing all that. Next, tacos.
Love me some tacos.
So you're gonna make the slaw. Go ahead and slice this really, really thin. I decided to do onions 2 ways, pickled and fried. In one bowl, we're gonna add our buttermilk. See, the thing I like about these kind of fried onions, you just throw in a little buttermilk, onions in, you mix them, you put them in the flour, you fry them. You cannot screw that up. So I got my sliced onions into the buttermilk. Are you ready? Oh,
was fast, boy.
Sir, we don't play around.
Tossing, I'm tossing. My wet boy's into my dry boy. Strain the excess flour, and then directly into the fryer. That's it. Don't overthink it. You like some fried onions, Google? How do you feel about that?
One of my favorite things. You know what the problem with these are? Fry them, and then you just can't stop eating them. And I'll tell you one thing, Josh, I'm hungry.
Yeah, me too. Why am I so hungry? Oh, because we're doing fine dining portions, that's why. Damn, Google, you got some knife skills on you, boy. Get it, Guga? So I just almost ate all my onions.
Come on, Josh, we need them. We'll stop.
Yeah, so zest 1 lime into there.
Okay.
Can you juggle?
I'll try.
All right, I'll put my face right here, go.
Yo, we got frying oil, juggling.
Onions are done, look at that. They don't have any salt on them, man.
They're hot.
All right, this is really fine salt, so I gotta see where it's going here. Oh my God, how did you eat that?
Stop.
What? I was testing it.
I'm actually nervous.
Oh, what the?
That's it.
Have you ever juggled before?
First time. I used to be able to do a backflip. Now I just do one flip.
What does that mean?
Like, I just sit.
Where the did this guy come from? So, last one. Mayo, a little bit of garlic, a little bit of hot sauce, smoked paprika, some diced shallots.
Shallots or shallots?
That's for Gordon Ramsay.
He called me a donut.
That's an honor.
I know, right? Ooh. Olive oil in, cilantro.
He didn't even chop it. There he goes. Oh my goodness.
Done.
Boom.
Lime juice.
Fresh, it's crunchy, it's salty. That's bussin'.
Bussing again. I don't understand that word. May I?
Yeah, I heard you love cabbage.
Ooh. It's bussing.
Broken down this backstrap a little bit. We're doing these 2 pieces here. Salt, pepper. Look at that. Off to the grill.
Here we grill with a tamarind glaze, flip, glaze again, and let them cook through and get nice and tacky.
All right, I did a little slicing. Guga's doing the chopping. Beautiful.
Smells incredible. I can't believe I said that about alligator.
Try to split it evenly. Cabbage slaw, spicy mayo, crunchy onions, gold red onions.
Vikram, alligator. You won't even try it, Vikram?
All right, last but not least.
I have no problem with cilantro at all.
Oh.
Ooh, that looks amazing.
It all comes down to this. Let's taste. Nothing to be said.
Cheers, brother. Oh. Money. Sweet, sour, crunchy. That's my favorite one.
Oh. Sometimes when you go to a taco truck, you don't even know what protein you're ordering, and it's like chewy, but it's fatty, and it's good, and it's meaty. Fits the profile texturally. It's almost like alligator was born to be a taco meat. There it is, a 3 for 3. With Guga, my man, me, Rob, we came together and we proved something. With hard work and effort and care, you can make something amazing, and I wouldn't have been able to do it without you, Guga.
Thank you for coming. Something I'm never gonna forget. Friends for life.
Don't forget to get his book, the link's in the description, but more importantly, listen, okay? This is our last upload. We're going on an upload blackout. It's my wedding. I'm gonna be in Italy. I'm gonna be busy. I wanna take some time.
Yo, congratulations,
Thank you, brother. I'm gonna miss you guys, but we're coming back with something really special, and we're ending with someone really special. So we'll see you guys very soon.
you.